published a collection of pregnancy and intrapartum cases and how to evaluate the practice on campus instead of hospital practice. Because it was necessary to unify the educational content of educational institution and the achievement of midwifery student. Japan Society Midwifery Education recommended to teachers to use the user cases and the evaluation. How about the Osaka University? Next is Osaka University situation. This table is Osaka University's standards concern university activities for adapting to life with coronavirus. I would like to explain about lecture and classes activity. Right now, it's level 1. In classroom, lecture for all students, graduate and undergraduate, should be held face-to-face and adherence to capacity limits. And online, we effectively use online lectures. Practical training is permitted. However, last April, we couldn't face-to-face lecture under the pandemic. So we have changed the education style. So we used on-demand and online and hybrid according Osaka University standard. In practice subject, only one midwifery students could not assist 10 deliveries. So the student was evaluated on campus exercise training. Evaluation on campus exercise is a student practice to delivery period care based on the paper case study given to her former teachers. Faculty evaluated students included the diagnosis and care based on the evaluation form. Student reviewed care using the video. We hope to, in the future, we hope to create clinical case with a 360-degree camera in hospital instead of paper cases. If new student could not practice of hospital, we would like to use the case. But unfortunately, we have not created it yet. Yes, it's only idea now. So finally, take home. This slide is take home message. COVID-19 pandemic situation in Japan, we are facing the fourth wave by mutant corona. And in Osaka, more infected people in Osaka than Tokyo. Policy of midwifery education for students under the pandemic. Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare permitted qualification to sit for the national midwifery examination even then students had not to be able to experience hospital training. So Japan Society Midwifery Education published a collection of case and how to evaluate of practice on campus instead of hospital training. And current situation of midwifery education in Osaka University is a new school term began from this April. We will be held face-to-face class according to Osaka University's standards. However, we have to change how to lecture and practice by COVID-19 pandemic situation. On-demand online class practice on campus. We would like to create clinical case with new tool, 360-degree camera and so on in hospital instead of paper cases. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Masayo.
Thank you very much.
Very fruitful presentation, very beautiful. Thank you. You may remain to wait for the Q&A sessions. One more time, I would like to remind all the participants to, if you want to deliver the questions, you can go to the pigeonhole.at/ICHRS, pigeonhole.at/ICHRS. Okay. So we will continue to the next presentation, to the next speakers from Singapore. So the third speaker, Dr. Brian Chua, the director of Nanyang Polytechnic School of Health and Social Science, Singapore. He will bring the title, Strengthening Intercollaboration Partnership in Handling the COVID-19 Pandemic, partnering stakeholders to provide continued quality health and social care training during the pandemic. Before I continue, I would like to introduce you with him through his CV. Dr. Brian Chua, he was graduate from National University of Singapore, and he got the medical degree and MBBS and MBA as well. Currently, his position is Director, School of Health and Social Sciences, Nanyang Polytechnic. And he has several years experience as a medical doctor in public healthcare institution in Singapore before joining Nanyang Polytechnic in 2000s. And after that, he has held the appointment of Director, Center for Professional and Leadership Development, and currently head the School of Health Social Sciences. And actually, he really loves to play music. Dr. Brian, you can play what kind of instrument?
Hi, I play the piano.
Oh, okay, you play piano.
Yeah.
Okay. That's actually his CV, and this is the Dr. Brian. Oh, hello, Dr. Brian.
Hello, hi.
Did you finally? I can see you through virtual.
Yes. Hi.
Okay, Dr. Brian, you have 30 minutes to present. So without further ado, this time is yours.
Okay, I can share my screen, right?
Yeah, right. Please.
Thank you. Thanks, Miss Paula. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to wish everyone selamat pagi over there. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me for this talk. Good morning also to Dr. Trishna Wayuni Putri, Ministry of Health Indonesia, Mrs. Yupi Supartini, Director of Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic, my fellow speakers, Dr. Miswa and Professor Masayo. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I hope y'all can see my slides now? Sorry.
Yes, very clear.
You can see my slides. Is it full screen?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I have to do it one more time because I have to do the display settings. Right, it's full screen now, right?
I think okay, this one, better.
Can see a bit better, right? Yeah, can see the whole thing now, right? Okay,
yeah, thank you.
So what I'm going to share with you today is about how we have worked with our stakeholders, mainly the industry partners, to continue to provide the quality health and social care training from our school despite the pandemic or during the pandemic. And my talk will be in two parts. The first part, I will share with you a bit about the school, because then it helps you to understand how our industry partners, our stakeholders contribute to our curriculum. And then what happened during the pandemic and how we, together with our industry partners, have responded to the pandemic, right? So our school started in 1992, And at that time, because healthcare is a new program in Singapore, we brought in the University of Sydney, collaborated with them, brought in some of their professors to help start the school and start our programs. And then more recently, 3 years ago, we were renamed as School of Health and Social Sciences because we introduced social work program. Right now, we have 3 PET and 27 CET courses. Now, what do these words mean? PET in our Singapore context is pre-employment training. So that means these people have finished their school, they come to us for their diploma course, and then they go to work. CET means continuing education and training. These are people who have already graduated and they are working, and then they come back to us for skills deepening for advanced courses, right? So in our polytechnic or in our school, we have 3 PET courses for health and social sciences. One is diploma in nursing. We take in 800 students every year, and we are the first nursing school in Singapore to train registered nurses at the diploma level, and we are the largest provider for specialist nurse training as well. The other 2 programs we have are smaller. Social work is 45 students a year, and oral health is 26 students a year. And these 2 courses are only found in NYP, in Singapore, right? The whole Singapore only here. Then we have 27 full-time CET courses. We are also accredited to train for CPR, AED training, first aid training, and we are also appointed by the Ministry of Health Singapore to conduct qualifying exams. This is for nurses, oral health therapists who are trained overseas and they want to come and work in Singapore. They have to go through an exam that is run by the school before they are able to register with our MOH to work here. Besides the local training, we also train healthcare workers in areas like public health, pedagogy, nursing specializations for the region around. Indonesia has been a good partner of ours, Philippines, Thailand, and all that. Yeah. Okay. For the CT programs, we have, as I mentioned, we have 20 advanced diplomas in nursing, 16 specializations. These are 8 months full-time. So these are nurses who are working in the hospitals. They come back to us for 8 months for a full-time intensive course to become an advanced practice, a specialist nurse, right? And we have 16 specializations like in midwifery, in mental health, in critical care, in gerontology, for example. We have 7 specializations for specialist diplomas in nursing. This is 1 year part-time. We also have 3 types of courses in paramedicine to train them as full qualification courses for paramedics. And we have short courses for paramedics as well. And then we have other customized and public short courses. For our curriculum for the full qualification program, full qualification meaning diploma, advanced diploma, specialist diploma, I show you on this table here, we have, I show you the 4 categories: nursing, oral health, social work, and advanced diploma on the first column. We, of course, have lectures, tutorials, practicals, and lab sessions on campus, right? But all our students will have to go to the industry for attachments or internships. For nursing, it's 38 weeks over 3 years. Oral health therapy is 40 weeks over 3 years. Social work is 20 weeks. Over the 3 years, they do 20 weeks. And for advanced diploma in nursing, although it's an 8-month full-time course, they spend 11 weeks in the clinical areas. They also engage in projects. For example, final year projects for the oral health and nursing students, and the social work students, they also have the final year projects. They also have community engagement projects where they work with, let's say, the social service agencies or the family service centers, right? And besides what they learn in school, our students also have enrichment programs like overseas attachments and study trips, as well as overseas leadership training. And as you can see, a lot of this would be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we work with a lot of our industry partners. I have a sample of them here: ministries, government agencies, private hospitals, government hospitals, companies, overseas universities as well. What do the industry partners do with us or for us? They serve as an advisory function on our advisory committee. They support us with our clinical attachments because our students have to go to the hospitals for attachment. We don't have a hospital in our polytechnic. We work with them and collaborate with them on projects. They come and help develop and as well as deliver some of our training. They sponsor training equipment. We work with our overseas partners, universities and hospitals for study visits. And our students also go overseas for further studies, right? So what happened during COVID-19? Last year, around this time, Singapore declared DORSCON orange. Now in Singapore, we have this disease outbreak response system condition, or DORSCON. Green is normal time, and then we went up, there's green, yellow, orange, and red being the most severe. We went up to orange, right? And we had this thing called circuit breaker, which is basically a lockdown, and we all started working from home, WFH, and the students had to do home-based learning, or HBL. In the hospitals, there was enhanced infection control. The healthcare workers, HCWs, could not move from one hospital to another hospital. This was our Ministry of Health requirements. So the nurses and the doctors could not easily see patients from one hospital to another hospital, even with the old folks' homes as well. And then there were also other safe management measures enacted in the hospitals or the healthcare institutions. And there was also obviously a strain on the clinical manpower because there were a lot of patients coming in. There were obviously travel restrictions, which we still have right now. And these restrictions prevent us from going for our overseas trips, right? Yeah. Okay. So if I refer you back to the earlier slide where I showed you the different parts of our program, the parts which are highlighted in yellow, attachments, internships, projects, and enrichment programs, these would all be affected by the pandemic, and then we work with our industry partners to address some of these issues. Okay, so I start with nursing very quickly. What you see here are pictures of our students in our labs, and then we have a patient here. The patient in the bottom picture is actually an actress. We pay an actress to come in to act as a patient. Now, what happened was that the Ministry of Health, the Singapore Nursing Board, the hospitals, and the 4 nursing schools in Singapore, there are only 4 nursing schools in Singapore, we all got together to discuss what to do with the attachments, because we cannot graduate students without clinical attachment. Same as what Prof. Masayo mentioned, I cannot pass without the attachments, right? So we did a phased and risk-managed approach to resume clinical training sometime in June last year, starting with the students who are about to graduate. And then slowly we went on to the year 2s and then the year 1 students finally. MOH also issued regular circulars on what to do, what not to do, what are the safe management measures, what are the increased management measures in the hospitals. And we converted these guidelines in circulars into a guidebook for our students, like twice a day temperature taking when they are in hospitals. The clinical postings were limited to low risk areas only, so no more emergency department and operating theatre. And the nursing board said, yes, you don't need to do this in order to graduate. They cannot perform aerosol generating procedures like suctioning, because this one will create a lot of the salivas floating around, right? Instead of our staff going to the hospital to supervise the students on attachment, because our staff could not go into the hospital, the supervision was now provided mainly by the hospital staff. So again, we see that the hospital have to step up and help us. Our supervisors, instead, what they do is they cut up with their students through WhatsApp, through phone calls, through Zoom regularly to find out how they were. Now, because of the increased workload in the hospital, manpower requirement, the hospitals could not support all our training requirements. And with approval from Nursing Board, we came up with our school-based clinical program to replace some of the clinical program, only some, maybe about 2 to 3 weeks, in areas like pediatrics, ONG, mental health, gerontology. And that's where we get our actors to come in, and our lecturers are supervising our students and pretend to be on clinicals in the polytechnic, right? And of course, we continue with other things like getting the hospitals to help conduct career counseling via Zoom. So this is nursing. For oral health therapy, what you see here is a picture of a dedicated center in the National University of Hospital called the National University Center of Oral Health Singapore, or NUCOS for short. There are 26 operatories here in level 5, Clinic 5B, where our students go there for their clinical training. And we share the place with NUS, the National University of Singapore dental students, undergrad and postgrad students. So again, we, together with NUS, Ministry of Health and Dental Council, have to discuss on how to resume clinical training safely. And what happened was that together our staff and the no-cost staff, which is the clinical staff, they had to conduct infection control training for our students, assess them to be competent, and then we work together with them to brief our students on the enhanced infection control processes in no-cost. Right now, in dentistry or dental oral health therapy, we cannot escape from aerosol generating procedures, because when they use the high-speed drills to drill the person's teeth, there will be saliva coming up. So the students have to wear N95 masks when they are on training. And there was a worldwide shortage. Singapore, there was a shortage of N95 masks, but because of the training needs, NUCOS helped us to acquire the mask, because as a school, we cannot get a mask on our own. And all these additional costs of PPE was borne by MOH. So that's how we work with industry. For social work, of course, it's not so infectious prone, but what we did was our students follow the workplace practices of each of the agencies that they are attached to for their internships, following the Ministry of Social and Family Development's guidelines. They started work on alternate weeks, similar to the staff there. And then when they're working from home, they were given specific assignments to complete. And then they will return to the agency on alternate weeks to meet with their supervisor or their clients. And some of the events went online. And then we also helped, we also did the same thing as what nursing did. We actually paid this person lying on the floor, he's an actor, to act as a homeless man, so that our student, that you see the picture, the one sitting behind, he's actually counseling or interviewing the homeless man to help them with their problems. Right, so this is on attachment for diploma course. What about the advanced diploma? Now, the advanced diploma is a group of nurses who have already graduated, they're working, and they come back to us, right? Instead of, okay, our traditional way of doing the advanced diploma clinical is that they will go out for 4 weeks in between and then 7 weeks at the end. Instead of doing that, because in between there will be a need for what we call washout, means coming back from the hospitals, they need to be away from hospital for 2 weeks before coming back to campus. We move all the clinical training to the end, 11 weeks all the way to the end. They were no longer allowed to rotate to different hospitals. So we converted the clinical rotations to an OJT model, on the job training, where they return only to their own sponsoring hospital to work there and be supervised by their own staff in the hospital rather than our lecturers, because of the restrictions on healthcare worker movement. Right, so I move away now to the more fun part. We also have our student projects. A lot of our students have to do student projects. In fact, all our students have to do student projects. Before the COVID, a lot of these projects were face-to-face with external partners. We involved the community through surveys. We have health fair. For example, you see the picture on the right side here. We have an exhibition in a public area. On the left side, what you see here is my social work students acting. They are working with the Singapore Prison Services to do a play about prisoners and ex-convicts. So all these things were done with a lot of public mass event kind of thing. Now, during the COVID, what happened was we converted all these things online together with the partnership of the industry. Instead of doing physical things, we made 2D, 3D prototypes, applications, drawings, videos, electronic resources. For example, what you see on the right bottom here, the picture with the grass and the people in the wheelchair, this is an electronic toolkit that the social work students developed to give to, in partnership with the NCSS, National Council of Social Service, on disabilities, to help them work with people with disabilities. This one you see on the third picture here, the Zoom picture, is our nursing students collaborating with industry on a project, right? Went virtual. Okay. Now, the last bit here would be our enrichment programs that we do with our students. I use 2019 as a comparison of what was normal before COVID. We have different types of overseas programs. The first type is study visits, where our students can visit overseas universities and hospitals in groups, both outbound as well as we receive students coming to us. The second one is overseas attachments, where the students are attached to the hospitals overseas for a few weeks and do actual clinical practice there. Same, overseas students can come to Singapore. We facilitate their attachment in our local hospitals as well. And then we also have a leadership camp where we send our students overseas for outward-bound school, work with communities and all that. So in 2019, these were the numbers of outbound students and inbound students. In 2020, which is last year, everything went virtual because we can no longer travel. So the numbers for the outbound and inbound dropped, right? But we still had it. And then the leadership camp, in fact, we could send more. Now, who are our partners? Our partners include Indonesia, Japan, China, Spain, Australia, Germany, USA, and UK. And what you see on the right side are some pictures. The top two pictures are our virtual overseas program with our Japanese partners. So you can see the picture on the left top is the Japanese students all in mask waving to our students. Our students are observing some of the hospital procedures through the Zoom on the other picture. And the bottom picture here is our leadership program with a community element. This is a photo of a village, of a family in Bintan. So our students work with a local partner in Bintan to reach out to some of the families there. And this one is a project on safe water treatment to provide the villagers with drinkable water. So we still could do all these projects online, right? So I think, yeah, that, oh, sorry, this is really my last slide here. Now, those were our usual programs. Now, our polytechnic was also approached by the Ministry of Health to support Singapore's efforts against the COVID-19 pandemic. How so? We actually launched 4 programs in partnership with MOH on their request. First of all, if you see the picture on the top right hand here, this is a back to nursing program. What does it mean? We do have nurses who have not been working as a nurse for maybe 10 years or so. Maybe they became full-time mothers or they work in other industries, but because of the COVID, they want to return to become nurses. So we ran a program together with MOH to retrain them so that they can go back to nursing practice. The bottom picture here you see is my staff in the black blouse. She's training someone to do nasal swab. So we were training we trained more than 700 people in how to do nasal swab and to put on the PPE so that they can support the nasal swab efforts. We also trained a few hundred people in phlebotomy to take blood. And currently we are training vaccinators to give COVID vaccinations. Now in all these training, we need consumable items, we need PPE for the students and the staff, and all these, as I mentioned earlier, are in short supply. So MOH helped to source for these things and supply us so that we could continue with the training. So I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian. Really warm regards from Jakarta. How's the weather in Singapore?
It's quite hot, but it's raining these few days.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Once again, for all the participants, we still wait for your participation in a question and answer session, so you can go to our Pigeonhole. And also for the participant that following the YouTube, we use live on YouTube. So the committee already written down in chat room to people in YouTube to raise the question through in chat in there. So thank you, Dr. Brian. So that's all the 3 speakers that they already bring all the fruitful discussions and very awesome presentations. So now we have 30 minutes. We will do the Q&A sessions. And please, the committee, help me to show the Pigeonhole screen. Dr. Miswar, you already in here also, right? Yeah, we still wait.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the 3 speakers already there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants can read the Pigeonhole. So the first question is for guest speaker 1. Thank you for your information. Please advise for how to educate to negative vaccine COVID-19 with various group and knowledge. And have other for Dr. Miswar also. Dr. Miswar, you want to answer directly or you want to collect the question first?
The better we answer directly.
Okay, please. So please answer the first question.
I think this question not only for me because this is related to other professions, interpersonal professions, but I answer based on medical technologist perspective.
Yes, sure.
So mostly to give explanations to educate negative campaign about the vaccinate. I think we need to show up with the data. Mostly people can not rejected by data because we know based on the data after vaccinated, a lot of countries can go down the number of the case. We know some issue with mutations can possible. We need to improve the vaccinations, but not as a reason to avoid vaccinations. We know a lot of healthcare professional is dead because this disease too. So not only people not understand about this disease, but a lot of medical professional too that from disease. And we need to share a lot of information with right tools like for video based, so they can easily understand how the vaccine works. I think it's important to educate people they don't agree with vaccine. Maybe for another perspective from another speaker, I can add my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Miswar. Khop Dr. Suni, for your questions. So next to the second question for Dr. Miswar. Thank you for your excellent explanation. Can you explain to us about development of testing and research in Indonesia for COVID-19? Thank you.
Okay.
That's from
thank
Dave.
you. Yeah. Thank you for the nice, very interesting questions. I have a discussion about research in COVID-19 2 weeks ago. It's very interesting topic because we know in the pandemics, all research switched to the COVID-19 because the funding is more easy if we all research is as COVID related to COVID-19. It's why the research in development of COVID-19 in Indonesia to increase, especially in the follow-up the diagnostic kits. We know some diagnostic kits already available in Indonesia based on Indonesian research too. I know from for nucleic acid testing based on saliva testing, based on research, and now convert to routines. And we know the genos based on research too, to diagnose based on volatile compounds already based on research tools. And a lot of research related sequence-based sequence variants available in Indonesia. So we know how to avoid the disease for the future. It's very important research. And actually, Patelki doing research too, for this to know how much medtech infected with this disease. It's a lot of more than 1,000 infected by this disease, and more than 20 is dead from this disease too. So I think we need to increase the research in this topic too. Thank you, Paula.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Miswar. Next questions for Prof. Masayo.
Yes.
The question is, can you share to us, lecturer, to make learning process via virtual can be more interesting for our students? And what about the strategy of practice?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yeah, it is difficult and a good question for me because I would like to know and develop new education style more than online now. I'm so now, right now I'm interested in 360 degrees camera and VR, but uh, only it's my only idea. I will try in it in education in the future. So if you had a good idea, please share. I would like to know other ideas. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. One more. Japan have self-testing for COVID-19, except vaccinations. Have Japan developed program to handle COVID-19? From Andi Martahan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, a prevention program for COVID-19 Japan, I think has not been developed. Uh, mm, so vaccination has just started now, so I have not been get vaccine yet. Some people have also said testing. So I think mm, prevention program has not been developed in Japan and delay. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Maseo.
Mm.
Next for Dr. Brian, but Dr. Miswa and Prof. Masayo, because the pigeonhole still add more the question, so please
Okay.
be nice to it. For Dr. Brian, how is the regulation in your university to keep the students' quality in their practice?
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope I understand this question correctly. Let me try to answer about the regulation in our university. Okay, so for our programs, we have both. We have the on-campus as well as the off-campus portion. The on-campus would be the lectures, tutorial, the lessons that we have, and they are tested with pen and paper. Normally, it used to be pen and paper. We have not changed any of our questions. We have not changed the standard of assessing them. But what we have done is we've converted all of this online so that during the period where the students were not allowed to come to campus, we did the assessments online. And then we increased the number of invigilators to do a Zoom assessment. So everything was done through Blackboard. But yet, at the same time, we require the students to put a camera next to them. Through Zoom, we can observe the students to make sure that there is no unauthorized material and nobody else around helping them with the exams. And we use things like responders lockdown to prevent them from surfing the internet to get the answers when they do the online questions. So that is the theory component. Now, the practice component is still done in the wards, in the hospitals, right? And we still require them to go out there, and there is no change to the assessment rubrics. But what we had changed was the sequencing. So at one period, they could not go out to clinical, so we have to reschedule, bring some of the theory component first, and then when they could go back to the hospitals, then we send them out to the hospitals. But there's no change in the standards expected of them.
Okay. Sure. I saw from your presentation that have enrichment programs. So
yes.
How about these programs?
Okay, so the enrichment programs, for example, the student exchange and the leadership camp, these are not part of our core curriculum. It is not required for graduation. But we want to make our students to have leadership qualities, to have compassion, to understand about world situations, to be socially responsible, as well as to have a worldview. So that's why we do include it into our curriculum, but it is not examinable.
Okay. Sure, sure. Thank you, Dr. Brian. The committee, please scroll up again. The question. Okay. This from Asri Siragar. It's from Asri Siragar. So I think this is will deliver to,
Nanti berbeda dalam bahasa ya nanti.
sorry. First to Dr. Brian, I think, because your background's medical.
Okay. Sorry, the question is from Asri Anur Sirigar about coronavirus patients suffering from prolonged symptoms, right? Ms. Paula, that's a question you're asking.
Sorry, I still unmute. Sorry.
You're muted. Yes, correct.
Sorry. So I think this question I will deliver to Dr. Brian, since your background is medical. I have a medical background also. The question from Asri Siragar: do coronavirus patients suffer from any prolonged symptoms? Regarding research conducted in Japan on, I think in Singapore also, and then after this I will deliver to Masayo.
Okay.
Prolonged symptoms after recovering from COVID-19?
Right. Okay. Just these 2 days, there was some research published in Singapore about people who have recovered from coronavirus or from COVID-19 specifically. Not all coronavirus, but specifically those who have recovered from the COVID-19 infection. They have they have an increased risk of blood clotting. Right, so they have increased risk of thrombosis. The medical term we use is thrombosis. So they are worried for people who already have cardiovascular disease or coronary artery disease, because they are at higher risk of a blood clot in the blood vessels as well. But this is very, very early stage. So I'm not in the best position to advise, other than what I've heard also that is published by the university that did the research.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Brian. Masayo, Prof. Masayo, this
Yes.
question also that regarding research conducted in Japan.
Yeah.
Suffering from COVID-19, maybe you can make any explanation or about it or question.
I'm not infectious disease expert. I'm a midwife, but in Japan, infectious disease expert are investigating now, and Daily News said all the people have prolonged symptoms. So yes, prolonged symptoms after recovery. I heard from the news. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Masayo. So the committee has another question. According to the regulation of COVID-19, Prof. Masayo, how about in Osaka University? How is the regulation for the students? As you know that we are a health provider institution, we have practical session, and we have to bring the student to go to the clinic. So how about the regulation about it?
We regulation is from we use regulation from society midwifery education. So we use online test after lecture, and we evaluated evaluation form from society midwifery education after the clinical practice, and so we evaluated for midwifery student and the practice and the knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Masaya. How about in Singapore, Prof. Dr. Brian? Do you have any specific regulation? Because okay, in theoretical terms, we have Zoom and everything, but we have some kind of obstacles when we have especially clinical practice. So until now, some of our programs do not run well. Yeah, because the hospital itself, they ban us to go in there. So what we do, we just stuck in the laboratory practice. But of course, it's not achieve the competencies of the students. So what do you think about it?
Right. So for us in Singapore, the one with the clearest regulation would be nursing. Maybe I'll focus on nursing training because I think more nurses here. More nurses. Okay. So our Singapore Nursing Board regulation is that minimally there must be 32 weeks of clinical training within the diploma, whether it's our program or the other university or polytechnic, it's 32 weeks. But as you saw in my slide, it's already 38 weeks. So we have exceeded the minimum requirement from the nursing board. The nursing board also requires certain postings which are mandatory, let's say mental health, medical surgical, so certain areas are mandated and they must have those kind of experience, right? But those which are not mandated, because of the situation out there, we could not send our students to some of the hospitals. So some of it was replaced with our skills, but not just the normal skills. We bring in actors to act as patients. And the scenario is as if it is a real hospital patient. They go in, they check in and see, okay, this morning, this is your patient who you're supposed to take care of. They discuss the case with the supervisor. And this whole scenario that they go through has been approved by the nursing board as well. And then they also give us a bit of a discount in the sense that they said, okay, don't no longer need to go to high-risk areas like operating theatre and the emergency department because of the risk at that time. So this is how we work with the industry or the regulators to ensure that our training is still able to fulfill the requirements so that after they graduate, they can be registered to practice. If it's all skills-based in the lab, if it's all theory, then they would not be able to get registration in the hospitals.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, it's a common problem, Dr. Brian.
It is a common problem. It's not only us, because I think one of the things that our ministry decided very early on, the Ministry of Health, was that we do not want to have a batch of students graduating without the clinical practice and then they cannot be registered when they go out. We also do not want to delay the graduation of our students because there is a constant need to bring in fresh pipeline of trained professionals. So we do not want to end up a situation where suddenly 1 year we have no graduates. So that's not what we wanted. Yep. So that's why I also mentioned that at one stage we brought forward some of our classroom training first, and then we pushed the clinical training later on. And then when the situation improved in hospitals, we could start resuming some of those clinical training.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Brian.
Yeah. Hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, sure. I would like to invite, I almost forgot that we have 700 participants in Zoom meeting. So I would like to invite all of you, the participant who wants to deliver the questions live from Zoom meeting, maybe. And waiting for the question from the Zoom meeting participants. Okay. The question for the third speaker. Sometimes the obstacles come from parents who do not allow the students to go to clinical sites. Even though we try to prepare for the protocol and only the green zone, what is your suggestion?
Okay,
Dr.
yes, we face
This is
we
from
face
our
this as
student.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me, right? Yep. Okay, definitely parents are worried. So what we did was we worked together with the Ministry of Health and the Nursing Board, as well as Dental Council, to come up with a message to parents and the students. We actually have a form with a standard message about why it is necessary to bring them back to the hospitals for the training, because if it's only classroom, it is not complete and they will not be able to practice. And then we also listed down all the extra safety measures that we give to our students. For example, twice daily temperature taking, screening, and no exposure to high risk areas. They will not be seeing any suspect or confirmed cases. Additional PPE if necessary. So we have reassured the parents. And then, of course, if the student or the parent really refuses, we have to talk to them one-on-one and advise them. Ultimately, it's their choice, right?
Yeah,
It is their
sure.
choice if they really refuse to go. But they must know that the child's graduation will be delayed. They will
Okay.
not be able to continue the course with the rest of the classmates. And after those engagement sessions that we had, actually, we had no resistance from anyone at all. All our students went through the program.
Yeah, sure.
It was good that the
Con-
Ministry of Health was there to help us with the messaging as well. Yes.
Sure. Okay, continue, Dr. Brian. This
Oh no,
is
actually I'm more.
oh, yeah. Well, a lot of fans of you and other
Really?
speakers. Okay. Uh, there is some information about virtual simulation lab. Maybe this is from Nika. So, can you elaborate more about your virtual simulation lab in your maybe the role in this COVID-19 to
So,
your students?
which one? Sorry, the information about virtual simulation lab.
Yeah, what do you think about it and how we can build
Oh,
it?
okay.
Maybe she wants to emphasize that how like we maximize the virtual simulation lab during the pandemic.
Okay. I'm not sure which virtual simulation lab the Nike is asking about, but the way we did our virtual simulation lab in the early phase of the pandemic, because students were not allowed to come to campus at all, was that we got, okay, let's say for my oral health students, because the numbers are small, you saw earlier that we only take in 26 a year. What we did was we hand delivered the head. You know, we have a phantom head. It's a dummy head with teeth. We send one head together with the instruments to the students' houses. And then the lecturer is performing the skill on Zoom, and the students follow at home, Zoom in as well, and then the lecturer can observe them. We could do this for a few weeks, but not for long, because there's only so much we can do. For nursing, we got the students to act with their family members, how to do bandaging, how to serve medication, and they practice this on their family members at home. And we could also do a few skills like this, but again, it is limited, right? We can't do sewing, we can't do some of the other kind of skills, but we try as best as possible. That kind of simulation we did, right? But if you're talking about AR, VR, we have not really gone into that, because those things actually require a lot of infrastructure investment, and we could not do that in a short time, and it also costs a lot of money. So we have to think carefully if we want to invest in this kind of infrastructure development. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Brian. So, Dr. Miswar, now is your turn. There's a question, two questions, but I will make a conclude to be one questions because almost similar. How laboratory technology is making sure that PCR test for COVID-19 is valid, and how keeping the laboratory technologies safety on laboratory during pandemic COVID-19?
Okay, thank you. Very interesting question because this is very important for us
Sure.
about the quality and safety in laboratory. About the safety first, I will answer about safety. Medical technology is very important roles in to maintain the safety, especially because they had contact with direct virus, so they need to utilize the and to eliminate the virus in the lab. So they need to manage the labs, how to avoid the um, to all material from the laboratory must be eliminated from the virus to contaminate the environment. It's very important source. So now in the lab, actually, they have a protocol for that. And how to maintain the quality, because the very important quality is in the sampling, in sampling process. And this is not only medical technology have roles, but nurse have roles too, and medical doctors. So we need to collaborate how to get a best sample so we can get a better quality. And how to maintain the PCR census, we need to know what the variability in the PCR testing so we can maintain the quality. And a lot of guideline actually available now to how to maintain step by step, because in PCR testing a lot of steps inside that, so we need to follow the guideline for each the step. And because a lot of variation of the methods, so we need to know if we utilize that method, what we need to follow to avoid the error at that times. I think I have that can answer the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Miswar. Dr. Miswar, so do you think that we should change the curriculum of laboratory technologies to fix with this new normal era, or we just add more the prevention for this COVID-19? What do you think?
Yes, very interesting. Yes, I think we need to change because we know, but I think in Poltekkes, Jakarta, they have updated curriculums. I know because I sometimes I discuss with a lot of lecturers in Poltekkes, and they very updated, especially for molecular testing, because we know in the pandemic era, the knowledge in the molecular testing is very important, and a lot of now. Another professions actually not have responsibility for this, because they know the PCR, so they involved in this pandemic, because our curriculum is not all achieved for PCR testing. So we need to improve that, how the practically all students can practically for PCR testing, so they can involve in future pandemic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Miswar. So because next we will invite you to help us to break that, to change the curriculum, of course. Prof. Masayo,
Yes.
yeah, this question for you. Oh, so many questions, yeah. I hope all the speaker, please be patient too, because so many questions from the participant. It means that they really enjoy and concerned about these topics from all of you. Prof. Masayo, in your university during pandemic, is there still obligation to reach the specific minimum number of international? Where is it? I lost it. I lost it. Committee, where's the question for Prof. Masayo?
Yes. Thank you for.
Yeah, wait. I said
Sorry.
because I lost it. Sorry. Okay. Is there still obligation to reach the specific minimum number of internatal care and antenatal care during pandemic?
Thank you for questions. I explained in my presentation. Japanese students have to assist to deliver for 10 interpartum women for the national midwifery examination. So, but under the pandemic, or most students could not assist delivered for the term introvert women. So Ministry of Welfare, Ministry permitted qualification to sit for the National Midwifery Examination if the student have not been able to experience hospital training. In our university student also could not assist to deliver during intrapartum. So we evaluated on practice on-campus practice response to hospital training. So it's my answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much all participants for all the questions. Really appreciate for all questions. I'm so sorry that I cannot bring all the question, especially from YouTube. That's so many questions as well. So I think this is the end of the Q&A session. So let me finish all with the conclusions that in the condition of the COVID-19 pandemic, innovation in the field of education is needed for health providers institution. We start from arrange the curriculum in which fixed with new normal era. From all speakers, we got the core is establishing an adequate interprofessional education program as an effort against COVID-19 in the community as well. And I hope the all speakers please remind in the Zoom because we will deliver the certificates. And I'm sure all of you, all the participants, we have fruitful discussion and rewarding exchange experience on this session. Please forgive for my mistaken words. Enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day. I deliver back the stage to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
It as an appreciation for having the time with us all here. We'd like to invite the Director of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3 to kindly hand over virtually the certificate to our wonderful speakers and moderator. The first one for Dr. Mizwar Fatah, and for Professor Masayo Matsuzaki, Dr. Brian Chua, and the last for the moderator. For Ibu Yupi Supartini, the time is yours.
Could you please share one by one the certificate? So I will offer one by one. Bu Lia, Bu.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, Ibu. Sure, Ibu.
The first one is to Dr. Mizwar Fatah, ma'am, Ibu Yupi.
Okay.
You may hand over the first certificate. Yes, to Dr. Mizwar Fatah for the first speaker. Please.
All right.
Could the operator please highlight both Ibu Yupi and also Dr. Mizwar Fatah for this virtually handover certificate?
All right. Dr. Mizwar Fatah, on behalf of Health Polytechnic, I really thanks for your attendance in this third international conference and share your knowledge and experience to the participant. Really, very great knowledge that you have already shared to the participant, and also a great contribution to our international conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Mizwar Fatah.
Okay, the next
Thank
one
you
is
and congratulations
for
for this conference.
Professor Masayo to Ibu Yupi. The second certificate to our second speaker, Professor Masayo. Please kindly.
Dr. Masayo Masusaki, PhD, Professor. On behalf of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, we really thanks to you for your attendance and becoming a speaker in this international conference with the broadened perspective to our participants related with COVID-19. Again, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Masayo.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, for Dr. Brian Chua. To Ibu Yupi,
Yeah.
please kindly hand over the certificate
Okay.
for
All
Dr.
right.
Brian Chua.
Dr. Brian Chua, we really thank you for your support by becoming a speaker in this international conference, our international conference, and lots of knowledge. Hopefully, participants could already gain from you. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Yupi.
And the
Thank
last
you so
one,
much.
for our moderator, Ibu Paula. To Ibu Yupi, please kindly hand over the certificate to Ibu Paula.
Ibu Paula, thank you so much
Thank you so much, ma'am.
for becoming a moderator, good moderator in this first panel or session. I believe that all the participants enjoy this session very much. Thank you, Bu Ala.
Thank you, Ibu Yupi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Yupi. And to ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a round of applause to our wonderful moderator and our wonderful speakers for this plenary session 1. Thank you. And now we are going to move to our next agenda, and that is for lunch and pray break. And to all participants, we are going to remind you that the conference agenda is going to continue later at 1 p.m. So please proceed you may stay. Meanwhile, for the break time, you may stay on your Zoom room as we are the committee going to provide on your screen entertainment you to watch. If you don't have anything to do, you may enjoy that. So you may stay on your screen. And another reminder is that make sure that all participants, you have filled in and submitted the attendance forms. I think that's all. I will see you again later at 1 o'clock. Have a nice and short break. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brian. See you soon.
Thank you. See you.
Virtual.
See you, Ibu Paula.
Yeah, I hope I will visit Nanyang Polytechnic again.
Yes, I hope you can come again soon.
Thank you, Prof. Masayo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Mita, Miss
Thank you very
War.
much.
Thank you so much.
Tell me something, God. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times, I find myself longing for change. And in the bad time, I feel myself. Tell me something more. Are you tired? Try to fill that void. Or do you need more? And it's hard keeping it so hardcore. I'm falling. In all the good times, I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times, I fear myself. I'm of the deep end, tersenyum lagi, oh kasihku. Kau membuat dunia indah dijalani. Ku yakini hati kau paling berarti. Hanya kamu satu-satunya yang ada di hati. Andai saja kita berdua bersama selamanya, dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku nanti. Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati. Tawamu buat aku tersenyum lagi, oh kasihku. Kau membuat dunia indah dijalani. Ku yakini hati kau paling berarti. Angin seakan membawaku dan kau curi hatiku. Kasihlah bila aku jatuh cinta.
Kalau yang malam sih ada Bu di saya. Kemudian kemarin kan di Hah? Ya. Oh.
Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati.
Terenggah.
At kita lang na din na i-translate sila ang walang ruin.
Buku ini Desa. Sama searching for unfolding. In all the good times, I find myself longing for change. And in the bad time, I feel myself. Tell me something, boy. Are you tired? Try to fill that void. Or do you need more?
lihat dulu ya, boleh lihat dulu ya.
Hanya kamu satu-satunya yang ada di hati. Andai saja kita berdua bersama selamanya, dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku istirahat.
To all the participants, we will continue the third International Conference of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. Please be ready. Thank you. We will start 2 minutes more. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Please proceed, the MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third International Conference Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. Now we are about to begin the plenary session 2. To lead this session, please let me introduce the moderator first, Ibu Julie Octalia. Her full name is Julie Octalia SSTMA. She was born in Jakarta and currently she lives in East Jakarta. She graduated from Master in Medical Anthropology University van Amsterdam and currently she works in Midwifery Faculty, Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3 and Research Division in Midwifery Education Association of Indonesia. Ibu Julie had attended various training and courses both in Indonesia and also overseas, namely in midwifery, healthcare management, research, and also health services. Furthermore, she had also participated in several meetings, conference, symposium, seminar, etc., not only as participant but also as a speaker, both in Indonesia and overseas. Without furthermore, please welcome our moderator, Mrs. Julie Octalia. To Mrs. Julie, now the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much to the MC for giving me the time. Is it my sound is okay? Hello? Good afternoon for all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now, Now we will enter the second plenary session on the third International Conference on Health Research and Science. This session will have two speakers. They are Ms. Royhatul Jana, MPH from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, Indonesia. And next speaker is Ms. Zarina Ikruel, MEMMT from St. Paul University of Philippines. I'm so sorry.
My voice is not here or not? How about now? Is it clear?
Clear.
Okay.
Clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry for the sound. So this session will be conducted the same as the first plenary session. First, the two speakers will give presentation first. And after the presentation, we will have the Q&A, question and answer session. The same as the first plenary session, all of the participants can write question in the Pigeonhole link. I hope the committee will help me to share again the link of the Pigeonhole for the participant write the question. To make it clear for all participants, please, when you want to raise the question, please writing down your name, to whom your question were addressed, and you can write the question in Bahasa or in English, I hope. But if you difficulty in English, when you want to write the question, you can write down in Bahasa. And the participant, please, I hope you will be active in this session because we will have two really great speakers now in this second plenary session. Now, please, we will enter the first presentation from Ms. Royhatul Jana, MPH from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, Indonesia. The committee will help me to spotlight Ms. Iha. First, I will read the CV of Ms. Royhatul Jana, MPH. Okay. Could you help me? Okay, thank you. Ms. Royhatul Jana, SST FT MPH, was born in Cilacap, 1 May 1979. She lives in West Java, Indonesia. She is now a candidate doctor in University of Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. She was studied in master degree in Flinders University, Adelaide, South Australia, in public health program, and finished in 2009. Before she got a bachelor in University Indonesia Esa Unggul, Indonesia, in science in physiotherapy, and Diploma 3 from University of Indonesia, also in physiotherapy, finished in 2002. Her academic experience, now she is a head of Diploma 4 Physiotherapy Study Program. She is also the editor of Jurnal Ilmu dan Teknologi Kesehatan. From 2012 until now, she is also a lecturer at Physiotherapy Department with teaching subject academic supervisor, clinical supervisor for student apprentice, and research and writing supervisor for student thesis. She is also coordinator academic of Department of Physiotherapy, coordinator of research unit. And then next slide, please. She got a lot of project like national program for human empowerment, PNPM Peduli. Also, she got a lot of experience, such as the topic is the effect of strengthening abdominal wall muscle toward diastasis recti among mothers with toddlers, the relation between the level of nutrition intake and physical health condition among elementary students, and so on. And another CV from her is she has a lot of publication, and all of is about physiotherapy. Wow, it's really very nice, Vite. Thank you so much for the committee. For Ibu Iha, Ms. Royhatul Jana, you will have the duration for the presentation is 30 minutes. Ibu Royhatul Jana, Ms. Royhatul Jana will present about exercise is the medicine to advance immune system during COVID-19 pandemic. So Ms. Royhatul Jana, the time is yours.
Thank you, moderator Ibu Julie. Okay, yes. Before I start, allow me to make sure whether my voice and my presentation is clear enough, perhaps with no delay.
Yes, Ibu Iha is very clear.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, thanks to God that we are healthy in the middle of pandemic so that we have an opportunity, especially me in Karen, together here in our meeting to share knowledge on topic exercise is medicine to advance immune system during the COVID-19 pandemic. The next please, yes. It is said by Kaur et al. And shared to be general statement for everyone that the regular fitness workout at home during lockdown greatly help to overcome psychological issues and fitness concern, then result in better body immune. What do you think? Agree or not agree with this statement? I believe that everyone know about it. Wait for the committee. Ever heard about it? Published and advertised on TV, social media, and many communication platform. Okay, discussion on topic exercise, COVID-19 and immune system in current situation is really common. Up to date as general issue, and I believe it has been being done by everyone. However, I would like to start from the really basic in talking COVID-19, immune system and exercise. As can be seen, before please, as can be seen on the screen that exercise have direct role to lessen COVID-19, as well as building body immune by developing physical fitness. How is this relation work? Next, please. Let's start from COVID-19. Yes. I pick up from a scientific article by Chowdhury et al. In the Journal of Infection and Public Health. To easier on understanding about COVID-19, COVID-19 is an RNA virus that have set as crown about 60 to 140 nanometer. It is transmitted through all inspiratory droplets from coughing, sneezing, speaking, and other mouth and nasal activity related to exhale or expiration. It enters the nasal system by inhaling and start replicating. Then it starts to propagate with the limited innate immune response in nasal. That can be detected through nasal swab. Then reaches respiratory tract so that the disease is clinically manifest for some people. For others, while they have good body immune, will perform without sign or symptom. This is interesting part, so we need to know what the immune system exactly. Next, please. Again, still from Chowdhury et al., the immune system is the organ to protect body from harmful substances, germ, and cell changes, and they will act as to against disease. It is the white blood cell which can travel through the body through the blood vessel. It works with lymphatic system and encounter antigen And in general, it is affected by factor age, gender, eating habit, medical status, training, and fitness level. Okay, next, while fitness level is gained through exercise, so we will talk about what is the exercise exactly. Next, please. Hello? Yes. Exercise, I just want to make sure that exercise is not every movement, not all the physical activity, but it is physical activities for certain time location that is planned, structured, repetitive, for the purpose of conditioning any part of the body in reason to get better health and maintenance fitness. Generally, people after exercise will be more energetic, produce sweat, breathe heavily, and increasing heart rate. And exercise is recommended for 150 minutes for moderate intensity and 75 minutes for vigorous or heavy, according to the WHO and American Heart Association. Yes, this is I want to describe you what kind of exercise is. It is like this, not going to mall, shopping, or everything. Even we move, even walk for a long time and feel tired, but it is not exercise. Next, please. Yes, this is not exercise. When people carrying their heavy shopping bag and also get tired after having walking around the mall, it is not exercise. So yeah, exercise is something that I said before. When we have a certain time allocation and get a result in physical fitness. Next, please. Okay. Why the last slide is not exercise? It because the activities that doesn't simultan, it wouldn't give you heart rate increase. Exercise, as can be seen on the screen, is for the purpose of physical fitness. As physical fitness alone consists from flexibility, agility, coordination, balance, accuracy, reaction, strength, endurance, muscle power, and also speed. So that's why the last slide is not about exercise, because this will never get in you. Physical fitness will never get in you because of the shopping and walking around without a certain time allocation. Okay, next. Yes, we made the slide before. That this is to say that the relation between exercise and also COVID-19 and body immune. On the diagram, we can see that exercise will influence both body immune directly and also COVID-19. I mean the health of people with COVID-19. Next, please. How it works. How exercise works. Committee. Yes. Okay, this is quite complicated, but I tried to do the best to everyone understand what I mean. There are two concepts to explain the work of exercise. There are two concepts. It is mechanoreceptor and cellular communication. In every movement we make during exercise, at the same time, it will stimulate the ability of the cell system in a process, namely mechanoreceptor. Later, the cell will make communication in 4 steps: direct contact, paracrine signaling, endocrine signaling, synaptic signaling. In an exercise, a cell, namely soma, is very sensitive toward mechanic stimulation. Soma, those ready in a membrane cell, act as mechanoreceptor. The soma will process communication. By accepting endocrine signaling, the soma cell continue to transmit signal to the effector for producing genetic regulation. In genetic regulation itself result in remodeling, organ repairment, and building body immune. That's it, how it works. This work is in a process, namely biomechanic system. In short, we can say is that exercise play role as part of anti-inflammation system and remodeling of the organ after working with the movement. Okay, on the screen, this theory already proved in current research by Neyman in the immunology research that can be seen. In here, in the research of exercise immunology, there are effects of the exercise for chronic changes, influences clinically, and other situation. And it result to some different result. It depends on the condition and also with the doses of exercise. Next, please. Next. Okay, while waiting for the next, a little bit that exercise immunology. In here can be seen how exercise mitigate effect of aging, how J-curve is a pattern, how the exercise work for the different doses. And also how exercise linkage to the reducing chronic disease. Committee, next please. Hello? Hello?
You want
Yes,
the next
Ms.
slide? Yeah, you want the next slide?
Yes, please. Okay, just make it simple that other next 2 slides is also an example and data about how the exercise work in the research after, and I try to, because in current In current slide, a lower risk for upper respiratory tract infection in overtrained compared with well-trained athletes. Actually, both of the slide, those all data about the risk for upper respiratory tract infectious in related to training or exercise for certain among athletes, and result in different physical fitness achievement. Perhaps it is correlated to the next slide. Next, please. Yes. As we know, however, we should remember that every medicine is worked with specific term of condition and doses. There are three principles in clinical practice to prescribe exercise actually, especially for sickness people. I apologize. I mean hospitalized patient or inpatient. The doses should be about intensity, duration, and frequency. For general exercise for healthy, we can refer to WHO, as I said before, who recommend about 150 minutes weekly. But for patient, it should be related to level of tolerance. On the screen, I provide a link for those who intend to develop doses of exercise. But for simple, I write down on there that just ask the professional, it is physiotherapy. Because physiotherapy who develop a doses of exercise. So if you have a problem related to exercise, how to make it, what kind of doses is appropriate for certain situation or a certain condition health of people, you can ask physiotherapy about this. I believe physiotherapy will do the best for making prescription for the exercise. Okay, next. Yes. Yes, in here, I just want to describe, to prove that how exercise play role in reducing infectious among people, not only infectious, but also inflammation problem among people with COVID-19, including comorbid people during pandemic. It is people who get locked down and also hospitalized, but after they having exercise, they get lower in infectious of coronavirus, and also some of the part of the body related to inflammation become better, and the stress also reduce and release. So this is the proof how exercise can be used to boost your or increase your immune system. Okay, then how about the immunity can stay or maintenance? In the next slide, please. After we talk about the exercise, we should also know that after they get released, after having exercise and whatever they do in COVID-19, all the immunity is not work for all the time, but it is memorized after a certain time. And in here, the data show us that the time for us being immune to the COVID-19 is about 6 to 8 months after infected or vaccinated. So this what I mean is this will inspire us to always doing exercise to maintenance our body, so that our immunity, even though the vaccination already passed for more than 8 months, we still can stay healthy. So finally, that's all we can share about the immunity, COVID, and exercise. Perhaps it will give inspiration to you all to stay healthy and doing exercise, and will make our world become healthier, come back after the pandemic. Thank you, Ibu Julie.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ibu Iha, for very great presentation. Your explanation is really encouraging us to do the physical exercise with regularly and with specific activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ibu Julie.
Yes, thank you. For all participants, I'm really sure that you will remain excited for our next speaker. Ms. Zarina, please, the committee help me to spotlight Ms. Zarina, Zoom. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, yeah. Ms. Zarina, yes, thank you so much for the committee. Ms.
Yes.
Zarina Ekrel, MEMT from Senfol University, Philippines. She will present about health service innovation on handling the COVID-19 pandemic and specifically in stress adaptation. Wow. So please, Ms. Zarina, allow me to read your CV. The committee will please help us to share the CV. Okay. Wait, so I will share the CV. Okay. Ms. Zarina Estonacto Cruel, so she has a background education from St. Paul University, Manila, for Master of Art in Music major and music therapy in 2019. And wow, she got magna cum laude. Congratulations. She also has experience education in University of Santo Tomas and Saint Teresia College. Her license in PRC registered in 1991 in medical technology. Is it correct, Ms. Zarina?
Correct.
She has work experience in St. Paul University, Manila as instructor of music therapy coordinator until now. She also work in Mitsubishi Corporation, Manila branch as a senior assistant manager of chemical division. Well, it's very interesting. Until September 30, 2020. She also has examination taken in dementia care expert in 2020 and will be released by January 2021.
Released already.
Oh, it's released already. Okay. She has a lot of experience on follow the seminar and training, such as music therapy assessment tools for awareness in disorder of consciousness. Wow, it's very interesting topic. Tiers 1 and 2 of sound, rhythm, birth, and lullaby. Music therapy on neonatal intensive care unit in USA. 2 weeks internship at the Palliative Center of Siriraj Hospital, Bangkok, Thailand. Hong Kong Music Therapy Conference 2018. Basic workshop on neurologic music therapy in Toronto, Canada. The 15th World Music Therapy Conference in Japan, Malaysia Music Care Music Therapy Conference in Malaysia, And in the Philippines, she also got a lot of experience, such as Psikologi yang Filipino course and so on. Wow, it's a very interesting curriculum vitae. Ms. Zarina also has a lot of experience to be a speaker on online or live stream, such as 0 to full-time older adults, and a lot of topic. She was to be a speaker, and she also have community activities as in the Ministry of Lecture and Commentator. Sta Teresita del Nino Jesus Paris. Wow, from 1991 to present or until now. It's very incredible curriculum vitae. So for all participants, please, we will have Miss Zarina. The time is yours. The duration is 40 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good day to everyone and greetings to all our participants and also to the committee. Very good afternoon. So welcome to our webinar entitled Health Services Innovation on Handling the COVID-19 Pandemic Stress Adaptation. I find this fitting as we continue to thrive in the midst of the pandemic. Before I continue, may I request that my colleague, VIP Pauline of Philippines, to be a co-host so she can share the slides.
Oh, okay. The
Sorry.
computer please have who is
Dan.
his name?
Dan Kerry. Dan.
Dan.
You
Oh,
may-
Dan.
you may-
Okay. Yes.
Dan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The coronavirus pandemic has impacted the economy, livelihood, and physical and mental well-being of people worldwide. Emerging psychiatric conditions and mental well-being were identified as the 10th most frequent research topic in this time. A recent systematic review found that relatively high rates of symptoms of stress, anxiety, depression, PTSD, or what we call post-traumatic stress disorder, were reported in the general population and healthcare professionals globally. Stress is defined as how the brain and body respond to any demand. Any type of challenge can be stressful. And yes, COVID-19 gives us a lot of stressors. Routine stress. We have daily and usual stressors at work, in school, at home. But the pandemic caused disruption in our routines. With closures of school and some companies, we had to embrace the transition from face-to-face to online learning or remote working. We do need to take extra precautionary measures to stay healthy and to stay safe. A sudden life change. COVID-19 has greatly affected our economy and our state of wellness. There is social isolation, the fear of contracting the virus, jobs lost, many getting sick physically and mentally. And yes, the pandemic has caused trauma to a huge number of people as they get exposed to a lot of negativity. Stress can affect our health. It is important to pay attention to how we deal with minor and major stressors so we would know when to seek help. Learning what causes or triggers our stress and what coping techniques work for us can help reduce our anxiety and improve our daily lives. Here are some activities we can try when we start to feel overwhelmed. At least 30 minutes a day of exercise, 7 to 8 hours of sleep, eating healthy food and avoid drinking excess caffeine, such as soft drinks or coffee. They make us palpitate. Set goals and priorities. Decide what must be done now and what can wait. Learn to say no to new tasks if we start feeling overwhelmed. identify and challenge our negative and unhelpful thoughts. Do we easily get angry? Do we feel depressed? How about our energy? Is it low? Try a relaxing activity. It may be meditation, muscle relaxation, breathing exercises, or doing musical activities. Stay connected. We are not alone. Keep in touch with people who can provide emotional support and practical help from friends, family, and community. And if our stress is already affecting our relationships or ability to study or to work, then we have to consult health professionals for effective treatments. A while ago, I mentioned musical activities. Why music? Can music really relieve stress? On social media, we watch people singing and dancing to cope with the current situation. Why? Because music is proven to have psychological effects. A lot of studies have shown that singing, moving with, or listening to music that we enjoy releases happy chemicals in our system. Serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins, which give us a sense of pleasure. Any kind of active engagement in music, such as singing, playing an instrument, moving or dancing to music, these can help relieve stress, promote self-esteem, increase relaxation, lift our mood, raise motivation. Happy lyrics help us to think positively. Music is proven to have physiologic effects to the body. Listening to music that is soft, slow, and pleasant to our ears may improve respiration, lower blood pressure, reduce heart rate, and relax tensed muscles. Music encourages relationships by enhancing the possibility of sharing and connecting with others. And in all cases, musical experiences may have a profound impact on our mental health and well-being. Today, we will focus on the 3 tips in red font in this slide and see how music can be integrated in them to help address our anxieties. At this point, I invite all of you to sit back, relax, and participate to some of the musical activities. Research demonstrates that suppressing emotional reactions can actually intensify negative experiences and depressive symptoms. That holding negative feelings inside actually increases our tendencies to overthink and may be a factor in illnesses. Let us proceed, please, for the video, for the first video.
Your college will share the video with Zarina?
No, your IT friend.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait.
Which music should be played? Miss Christina, please tell us which one.
Save. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take out all your wasted honor. say. Say what you need to 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 say. Walking like a one-man army, fighting with the shadows in your head, living on the same old moment, knowing you'll be better off instead. If you could only say what you need to say. 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 Have no fear for giving in. Have no fear for giving over. You better know that in the end, it's better you say too much than ever to say what you need to say again. Even if your hands are shaken and your faith is broken, even as the eyes are closing, do it with a heart wide open. Say what you need to say. 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 Say what you need to say.
Last Sunday, I was talking with my two friends about the increasing. Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay. Can I repeat that again? Okay, last Sunday, I was talking with my two friends about the increasing COVID cases in Metro Manila, and they shared their feelings and what they want to do to let out such feelings. Huh? Ah, shucks. Okay. Let me share with you what they said as I play the song of Miss Stephanie Lavelle. You may sing and move along too. May we please have the video number 2?
It's one of those days, we all have them. I'm feeling often strange. It's one of those days, I feel nervous, a little bit nervous. We can all feel it sometimes. I feel nervous, and all I want to do is dance. 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 Ooh, all I want to do is dance. It's one of those days, we all have them. I'm feeling often strange. It's one of And all I wanna do is dream. All I wanna do is dream. Ooh, all I wanna do is dream. All I wanna do is dream. All I wanna do is dream. Ooh, all I wanna do is dream. It's one of those days, we all have them. I'm feeling often strange. It's one of those days, I feel mad, a little bit mad. We can all feel it sometimes. I feel mad, and all I wanna do is sleep. All I wanna do is sleep. Ooh, all I wanna do is sleep. All I wanna do is sleep. All I wanna do is sleep. Ooh, all I wanna do is sleep. It's one of those days, we all have them. I'm feeling often strange. It's one of those days, I feel sad, a little bit sad. We can all feel it sometimes. I feel sad, and all I wanna do is cry. All I wanna do is cry. Ooh, all I wanna do is cry. All I wanna do is cry. All I wanna do is cry. Ooh, all I wanna do is cry. It's one of those days, we all have them. I'm feeling often strange. It's one of those days, I feel angry, a little bit angry. We can feel it sometimes. I feel angry, and all I wanna do is shout, ha! All I wanna do is shout, ha! Ooh, all I wanna do is shout. All I wanna do is shout, ha! All I wanna do is shout. Ooh, all I wanna do is shout.
Yes, it is good to express the complicated and confusing and big feelings related to quarantine, COVID, and all the things happening right now. Remember that it is perfectly okay not to be okay. With the negativity we are experiencing, there is also so much energy we want to release or we want to let out. We can also divert this negativity to something really productive, like painting, gardening, exercising, doing sports, composing a song, dancing, singing, or engaging in a musical, relaxing activity to help alleviate anxiety and kickstart the feeling of peace. Let's go with the third video on relaxation.
I'm sorry, we still have a connection, Miss Zarina.
Connection?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to invite you to take a few moments to get as comfortable as possible on your chair. Remember that you are in a safe place where there is no right, there is no wrong. As you get comfortable, try to make your body symmetrical, feet on the floor, arms either on your lap or loosely at each side. And now, feel the support of the chair for your back, shoulders, hips, and under the legs. Allow your body to sink into the chair, knowing that you are physically supported. If you are comfortable closing your eyes, you may do so and be present to what is being experienced. Now, turn your focus to your breathing. Take in a deep breath and gently allowing the breath to be released. Feeling any tension flow out of the body. From the face, through the forehead, cheeks, and jaw. Take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the neck and shoulders, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the arms and hands, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the chest and stomach, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the back, particularly the lower back, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the hips, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the legs, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. From the feet, take in a deep breath and gently release any tension. Keeping the body relaxed, allow the music to flow through it and bring comfort.
I thought of you right before you knew it, constantly hoping that you'll be alright. As we go through this journey of bright and dark colors, ups and downs, you'll be alright. I'm right here, standing before you. Hold my hand and see from within my eyes. I'm holding you now as I reach for the sky. painting rainbows and clouds that float by. You'll be alright. Just tell me that you'll be alright. Yes, I'm telling you, you'll be alright. We have this one heart that we
Kamu ya, Bapak nanti ikut mendekat kamu ya. Pakai surat gak? Pak, nggak tahu sih Pak, kayaknya nggak pakai.
As we go through this journey of joy and sadness, triumphs and fears, you'll be alright. I'm right here, standing before you. Hold my hands and see from within my eyes. I'm holding you now as we reach for the sky, painting rainbows and clouds that float by. You'll be alright. Just tell me that you'll be alright. Yes, I'm telling you, you'll be alright.
The music has come to an end. Stay with the relaxed feeling, knowing you can return to this restful state again. Begin to become aware of your body. You might like to gently stretch your legs and your arms. Take in a deep breath and fully exhale it. Now give your body a big stretch. So what was that like for you? Please share and write in the chat box. Did you feel relaxed?
Yes.
A chant may be recited or sung repeatedly and is usually written in short verses. Miss Karen Drucker composed a chant on gratitude, and I have used this in many of my music therapy sessions. Let us remember that there are a lot of blessings we are receiving every day, every hour, every second. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the people we love and those who love us back. So many to be thankful for, in spite and despite the pandemic. As you listen or sing along, I enjoin you to write again in the chat box the things that give you happiness, peace, and love. May we play the next video? I am blessed.
I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so grateful for all that I have. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so grateful. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so grateful for all that I have. I am so blessed. so grateful. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so grateful for all that I am. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. I am so grateful. I am so blessed.
There is one thing I request you to focus on right now. It is relationships. Relationships. We are all grateful of having our families, our friends, our colleagues with us as they journey with us in our darkest moments. Yes, the pandemic. It has already been a year after the COVID-19 pandemic really began affecting us, and we are still in the midst of it. Now that we are getting vaccinated in large numbers, we can see some hope for the months ahead. We pray for a new morning, for a new year. Auld Lang Syne is traditionally sung among cheers and clinking glasses at New Year's Eve. This song may also be strangely appropriate today. Auld Lang Syne means for the sake of old times, inviting us to reflect on our relationships past and present. In the new year, filled with hope and opportunities. Let us all remember that this pandemic will not last forever, and we are in this together. We have to stay connected. May we now proceed to the next video.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for the days of old lang syne. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot in the days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for the days of old lang syne. Let's live and love and kindness, dear, in the days of old lang syne.
Again, we give thanks to a lot of memories, relationships, our beliefs, our faith. And we also thank ourselves and loving ourselves for being resilient and strong in facing the challenges. Let us pat ourselves and say, I love you, you are doing well. And there is one thing that we may also consider a blessing. It has never left us and has always stayed by our side. Video, please.
Thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. Thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song or a dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me.
So thank you for the music as well. Okay, before I go, please allow me to post the slide and to talk about my university, St. Paul University, Manila. We need to take music therapy to a growing number of people, those who might need it for themselves, those who might want to study it so they can become music therapists, and those who might want to collaborate with music therapists. Help us do that. If you are interested, or if you know anyone who might be interested, do inspire them to explore and go for it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your time and your participation. It is such an honor to be with all of you. Please stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you so much, Miss Zarina. Well, I really enjoyed your presentation. I really feel calm, relaxed, and I think my stress is released. I hope everybody also feel the same things. And I'm really sure about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, for all participants, now we will go to the next session, question and answer session. For the committee, please help me to show the pigeonhole. Okay, we already have a lot of questions here. First question for Miss Iha. Can you inform us which exercise should be done for COVID-19 patient to endurance immune system? Please, Miss Iha.
Okay, thank you, Miss Julie. Actually, related to the exercise, the best exercise is aerobic, but we can also doing resistant exercise. Both aerobic and resistant, we should consider related to the doses. Again, as I said, we should make sure that the dosage is applicable and appropriate for the patient. I try to share with you. Oh, I cannot make a share screen. Actually, I want to share a screen related to this question. There is an...
You want to share something, Miss Iha?
Yes, please.
Please, the committee to stop the pigeonhole share because Miss Isa want to share something. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanna share with you the doses for the exercise actually related to the measurement as can be seen on the screen. And what stuff? Is it problem with my screen?
I don't know, but in my screen is still black screen or something.
Oh.
Okay. I can
Does
see
it
your
work
screen
already?
now. Yes, yes, I can see your screen now.
Okay. As can be screen that whatever the exercise we give to our patient, we should consider about the doses. And on my slide, I give you 2 or 3 articles related to it, and this is very clear. In here, as can be seen, this is about exercise doses in clinical practice. So I already give you this slide that we can make sure what kind of the exercise, even it is aerobic or resistant, but it should be check the range of the metabolic equivalent MET can be applied to the patient, and also maximum oxygen consumption, and also maximal heart rate or heart rate. And still, 3 principles should be applied: intensity. What again? It is come from fit, frequency, intensity, and time allocation. So it will give the burden of the musculoskeletal doing exercise in better tolerance. So I will give you another sample. It is also exercise for the patient. A prescription I give already on the slide also. It is direct physical activity that can be done, walking, cycling, jogging, and other resistant exercise. In this article, you can make sure what kind of the resistant exercise can be done. It already A, B, C, D, E. It is stepping, walking, stepping up and down for the style. This really helpful for this article, and it is already proof how it managed for the patient with COVID-19. I think that's the answer for the first question, Miss Julie.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Iha. Next question in the pigeonhole, the committee, please. To Miss Zarina, the question from Henny Apriani. She asks to Miss Zarina, I am a survivor of COVID-19. Feeling anxiety is true when I'm getting sick, she said. How can we relieve these feelings, Miss Zarina? Please.
Am I right in understanding the feeling of what? The feeling of depression?
From her question is the feeling of anxiety.
Anxiety
feeling because she was a survivor of COVID-19.
Yes, there are many things that music can do for you, especially when there are songs that we can analyze lyrics that would give us the feeling of hope, the feeling of peace, the feeling of, especially if the lyrics are about positivity. So if we feel anxious, for example, if we feel anxious, physiologically, our heart rate is increasing, fast rate, right? And we have, what do you call this? We cannot breathe very well, not normally. So what music can do also is we can play a music that would match our our feeling right now. For example, I am very nervous at this time because I am afraid of the virus. Because maybe my neighbor has virus and I am afraid I might get virus also. So my heart rate is fast, and I can play a music that would match my nervousness, and then gradually think of other music that has slower tempo, gradually, because music entrains, especially the rhythm. If the music we are hearing has a slower beat, our heart, our breathing will also go with that rhythm of the music. That's entrainment. That's entrainment, matching. So if we feel anxious, we can play music. We can look into the lyrics for analysis. We can sing songs or play instruments together with other people, because being with other people would also help us cope up with the situation, because we feel connected, because we have the support system. Did I answer the question, ma'am?
Yes, I think I really agree also with you that music can help us to reduce our anxiety and stay connected with the others. It's very nice answer. Thank you so much, Miss Jarina. So can we go to the next question? Still for Miss Jarina. Is there any certain kind of music for certain condition, like stress or something? Certain kind of music for depressed situation, sad or angry? Do you recommend any certain kind of music for certain condition? That is the question.
First of all, it is preferred that the choices of music would be your preference, what you like. Because, for example, if I like classical, and somebody plays rock music, I will not appreciate that, but that person appreciates. So it really depends on your choice. If you feel angry, for example, there's some movements you can do. If you have a drum, better. Or if you have a box and maybe a ball pen or something, you can tap on that. You can release your energy by tapping, right? I am angry. I don't like what happened to me. So it's the release of energy. You release it. Release it. Remember in our song, it's one of those days. I feel angry, also angry. All I want to do is shout. So you think of something that would help you, that would support your release of emotions. So just like that, you can tap until you get tired, or maybe you can play a music together with that tapping, so that there's structure, and at least you're also enjoying music. And then if you feel depressed, it is better to choose music that has positive lyrics, in order to balance what you're feeling right now. You're very low. So choose something that is about hope, about friendship, about love. Or you can also do the chanting. Remember our activity? I am so blessed, I am so blessed, I am so grateful for all that I have. It's like diverting your thoughts of those that give you depression. Divert them to what you have right now. What are the things you should be thankful for? So that would help you cope up. And of course, if our symptoms are really very overwhelming, like depression and anxiety, if we already have trauma, and it is already affecting our relationships, affecting our work, that really we need to seek help. Seek help from our colleagues, from our friends, seek help from professionals.
Okay. Wow, thank you so much for the answer. I hope the participant who asked the question really feel satisfied with the answers because it's really detailed. So we have one question for Ibu Iha now. I don't know how many time we have. I think 3 minutes more. So one question for Ibu Iha. Miss Iha, yeah, how people with disability of movement can do their exercise? Do you have any suggestion for this? Please, Ibu Iha.
Disability people actually doesn't mean cannot move, because they have another part of the body that can move. So that's the body, the part of the body should be used to make a movement. For example, if they have problem with walking, so while sitting, if they can play with the hand, the upper extremity, and also maybe lower extremity that still can be used. So play with it. Exercise through the body by moving, make a movement and play using joint apa namanya? Euro joint, apa namanya, sendi. Okay, so for example, if we have problem with the lower extremity, then we can use this, move through your elbow and other part of body. If still can we help the upper extremity to help the lower extremity, so we can attach the lower extremity by supporting the lower extremity with your hand. So and also if we can still move like the body, also we still can use to do the exercise. I think what we can do, even the position sitting or lying, proning, so we can do, because there are many exercise pattern to do even you are not walking. So as I said before, not only walking and also jogging. So you can also exercise on the bed, especially for people, disability people. I think that's all, Miss Julie.
Okay, thank you so much. So in the pigeonhole, we still have a lot of questions here, but I am so sorry because we run our time. But for Miss Jarina or Miss Iha, if the participant want to discuss more about the specific topic that already you have present, is it right? Is it allowed to send you by email or something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the chance to
I'm not promise.
Yes.
I'm not promise.
Yeah, I hope because the discussion is
Okay,
really
sure.
interesting, both of you really make us think more about to make our life is better. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
You want
you.
to say something, Miss Serena, please?
Yes, I typed my email address in the chat box. So whatever you need, just send a message to me.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the participants. So you can read the email of Miss Zarina or in the chat room. And at the end now, I'm so sorry, we will go to the conclusion of this second plenary session. I try to point out some important thing from Miss Royhatul Jana. She point out that how exercise will increasing our immune system. And we must aware that the exercise is not about just walking and moving, but the exercise is a certain time allocation in specific physical movement that can increase mechanoreceptor and cellular communication. From Miss Jarina, we learn about listening music will make our body system will be better. Music is one important therapy to help us to release our stress and having happy life. And also music help us to stay connected. Even though we have a pandemic situation, we still have a lot of blessing in our life. Thank you so much. Give applause for very grateful to speakers. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you
Yeah.
also, moderator.
Allow
It's so
me to close this
helpful.
the second plenary session. I return the event to the MC. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Thank you everyone for attending the session.
It's a thunder, so big thunder in here. Thank you so much. ขอบคุณค่ะ Dr. Sunni. Still following our conference.
About to hand over the
Yeah.
certificate as an appreciation for having the time with us all here. For this, we'd like to invite the Vice Director 1 of Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic to kindly hand over virtually the certificate to our wonderful speakers and moderator. To
Okay, thank
Ibu
you.
Sri Mulyati,
Okay, thank
the time
you.
is yours.
To Miss Jarina and Miss Rohetul Jana as speakers and Miss Yulia Octalia as moderators, on behalf of our institution, I would like to thank all the great speakers for their enormous and high quality support. I owe much gratitude to you all for joining our international conference. Here I will give our rewards for your participation today towards handling the certificate. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ibu
very
Sri.
much to Ibu Sri Mulyati, the Vice Director 1 of Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to move to our next agenda. It is the poster presentation. To open, before we let the participants, for the presenters to have their wonderful presentation, first of all, we'd like to kindly request Ibu Yupi Supartini, the Director of Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health Jakarta 3, to open this poster presentation officially. And by that, yes. For this poster presentation, we have received many research results to be presented by wonderful speakers and excellent speakers, not only from our institution and from here, from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, but also from other higher education institution. As we see here, we have the presenter from the University Surabaya. Okay, now let's just move on directly into our poster presentation. And the first, shall we start with our first? Okay, we are going to start with the poster presentation. First of all, we have our first presenter from Airlangga University with a title, with the topic, Global Perspective in Controlling Hepatitis B virus through Vaccination, a review with a focus on Indonesia. And the writers for this presentation, it will be Ibu Dewi Ratna Sulistina, Maria Ilusida, Santi Martini, and Bapak Budi Prasetyo. Without further ado, it is going to be presented one by one. Okay, I'm going to read, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read one by one first. Okay, no. Okay, sorry. Okay, now let's just take a look. Let's jump into our first presenter for the poster presentation. Please welcome from Airlangga University, one of the representative to present their poster. Please, I call upon one of the presenter from Airlangga University. Please give applause for our first presenter.
Good afternoon, participants of the Third International Conference on Health Research and Science. Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health. Best wishes for all of us. Previously, thank you for the time so that I can present the results of my research at today's meeting. To save time, I will start my presentation. My title of my research is Global Perspective in Controlling Hepatitis B Virus Through Vaccination. A review published on Indonesia. The authors is Dewi Ratna Sulistina, Maria Ilusida, Santi Martini, and my background of my research is Indonesia adopted a universal hepatitis B vaccination program for infants in 1990. Although the universal hepatitis vaccination
Ini memang dari sananya kecil tuh.
Indonesia
Kecil.
1997 until 2018, it has not met the expected target and tend to experience a downward trend. Based on the results of the boosters 2018, the proportion of DPT-XP3 or DPT-XI3 immunization in children is developed until 23 months in 2013 until 2018, plus a downward trend of 78.8% to 81.3%. My research question is, what is the global perspective in controlling the hepatitis B virus through vaccination, especially in Indonesia?
Yes, I think
the method of my research,
the sound for the video is not quite clear.
Of articles relating to global perspective on hepatitis B virus control through vaccination. an overview with a focus on Indonesia. The results of my research is the prevalence of HPSHG in Indonesia in 2018 shows that the adult population and pregnant women are more at risk of being infected with hepatitis B compared to preschool and school-age children. Recombinant hepatitis B vaccine for adolescents aged 15 until 18 years has been shown to help provide high and safe immunity as anti-HPS decrease in children after universal vaccination for infants. The factors related to complete immunization coverage and hepatitis B vaccine delivery dose coverage in part. Many people in remote areas in Indonesia have difficulty reaching health centers due to geographic isolation. Furthermore, hepatitis B screening for all pregnant women is not implemented as a national program in Indonesia, and most babies born to women with hepatitis B will therefore not receive HBIG. Mothers with firstborn children were 2.84 times more likely to fully vaccination their children than mothers with less than equal to 6 children. Mothers at the lowest economic level who gave birth in non-health facilities attending antenatal care less than 4 tended to be less likely to fully vaccinate these children. Mothers who gave birth by professional assistant had a significant relationship with their child complete immunization status. According to the National Immunization Policy in Indonesia, the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine must be given within 7 days of birth and must be followed by 3 doses of the combination vaccine including diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, and hepatitis B within 2, 3, and 4 months. The vaccine, both hexavalent and pentavalent, are effective in boosting anti-HPS level greater than or equal to 10 milli-international unit per millimeter, and therefore both can be used as single formula boosters at 18 months of age to simplify vaccine delivery. A study identified 2 dominant genotypes B and C among adults in Indonesia. Furthermore, the 4 songs of HPV subtypes share the pattern identified in Indonesia: ADW, AYW, ADR, and MIXON. Vaccine development and diagnostic fast mutation detection in antigenic epitopes in HPSHG will benefit public health authorities. Furthermore, the variability in nucleotide and amino acid levels, as well as difference in the proportion of D1 or DS in PRES1, PRES2, and HPSHG indicated a trend of selective pressure from inactive status to advanced liver disease. New policies related to school-based vaccination, or SBV, need to be introduced in Indonesia with routine check on vaccination status at entry or during primary school. With an increasing number of new vaccine and children's vaccine booster doses targeting school-age children, implementing SBV and checking student vaccination record in schools can help increases vaccination coverage. The summaries of my research is the prevalence of HPSAG in Indonesia in 2016 shows that the adult population and pregnant women are more at risk of being infected with hepatitis B compared to preschool and school-age children. Recombinant hepatitis B vaccine for adolescents aged 15 until 18 years has been shown to help provide high and safe immunity as anti-HBs decrease in children after universal vaccination for infants. The factors related to complete immunization coverage and hepatitis B vaccine delivery dose coverage in health geographic isolation in Indonesia. Hepatitis B screening for all pregnant women is not implemented as a national program in Indonesia. Most babies born to women with hepatitis B will therefore not receive XBIG. Number of children, economic level, place of delivery, and birth attended. According to the National Immunization Policy in Indonesia, the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine must be given within 7 days of birth and must be followed by 3 doses of the combination vaccine including DPT until XD3. The vaccine, both hexavalent and pentavalent, are effective in boosting anti-HBs level greater than or equal to 10 milli-international units per milliliters, and therefore both can be used as single formula boosters and at 18 months of age to simplify vaccine delivery. A study identified two dominant genotypes B and C among adults in Indonesia. Furthermore, the versions of XBB subsets share the pattern identified in Indonesia. ADW, AYW, IDR, and mixed clone. Vaccine development and diagnostic based mutation detection in antigenic epitope in XBSIG will benefit public health authorities. New policies implementing SBV and checking student vaccination records in school can help increase vaccination coverage. The future work and or limitation. It is hoped that in future studies, researchers can conduct research related to the effectiveness of hepatitis B vaccination in prospective brides to prevent hepatitis B in their future babies. The future work and or limitation. It is hoped that thank you for your attention and see you next time.
From Erlangga University. Before we go on into our next poster presenter, first of all, I forgot to inform all the participants for this poster presentation that these posters actually display the research results conducted by the lecturers of health higher education's institution. And I would like also to inform the presenter that each presenter has exactly 5 minutes and they can present their poster directly or via video. The explanation can be done via video. And to add more information, here, Ibu Nesi Melan has some info to share with you all. Okay. I'm going just to continue our next presenter, our next poster presenter. The second one is
Itu ada suaranya tapi nggak ada
Department
ininya.
of Midwifery Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3.
Hilang lagi. YouTube-nya ada ya, YouTube?
The second poster presentation, please. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to see you all. Thank you for coming to this presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Niken Purbowati, and my partner on our community service is Mr. Saprudin. Okay, my friend, the purpose of the poster presentation is to report on the community service activity that we have carried out during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I will explain to you about our community service. The purpose of this community service activity is the empowerment of integrated service postgraduates and parents in optimizing the growth of the toddler development during the COVID-19 pandemic. The method of implementation of community service activities consists of 4 stages. The activity is carried out by providing health education using leaflet, poster, and book on maternal and child health handbook, NCH handbook, or buku KIA. The direct partner of this activity are integrated service post cadres numbering 6 cadres and parents who have infant or toddlers with a total of 15 mothers in the RW 01 area of Pasar Baru, Subdistrik Karawaci, Tangerang City, Banten Province, which is a direct partner of this activity. The result of community service saw a change in knowledge, attitude, and good behavior toward the care of cadres who care about optimizing the monitoring of the growth of infant and toddlers in RT02, RW01, Pasar Baru Village, Tangerang City. This is so that after community service activity, there is a motivation that supports of formation of cadres to care about monitoring the growth of infant and toddler during the COVID-19 pandemic. Information and education about optimizing the growth of infant and toddler who have been assigned by integrated service post cadres from this community service activity is expected to be a transfer of knowledge to parents. Similarly, parents who have received through counseling can transfer the information about to other families, both neighbors and friends. The improvement of knowledge, skills, and integrated service post cadres and parents is expected to be a motivation to be more concerned so the detection of growth and development of infant and toddler during the COVID-19 in daily life. Okay, this is our poster presentation on our community service. Thank you very much for your great attention, ladies and gentlemen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for the second presenter for the presentation. Okay, now we will move to the third presenter. we'll invite Mrs. Nina Primasari, Mrs. Jehanara, and Mr. Muhammad Ali from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, Indonesia, with the title Prenatal Yoga Reduce Uncomfortably Pregnancy. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Nina Primasari from Midwifery Department, Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3. I will present our poster about prenatal yoga reduces uncomfortability in pregnancy. Our team consists of Jehanara and Muhammad Ali. The background of this program, their body changes in pregnancy can cause discomfort, which results unpreparedness in childbirth and disruption of fetal development. Yoga is a form of physical exercise which unites the mind and body to enhance well-being. This yoga during pregnancy program is one of three Dharma activities of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, carried out by lecture held in the Port West Java. The method used in this program is interprofessional collaboration. This is implementation of interprofessional education. This program collaboration with midwifery and physiotherapy profession. During COVID-19 pandemic, this program live on Instagram channel. Change during pregnancy. There are many changes. First, biology changing. For example, increased blood flow, increased body weight, increased elasticity of the body, change in body posture. Second changing. There are psychology. For example, increase in anxiety and stress. Those factors can cause discomfort or pain in musculoskeletal, preeclampsia, anxiety, and stress. Yoga is a form of physical exercise which unites the mind and body to enhance well-being. Various styles of yoga combine body posture, breathing techniques, and relaxation. Compound of yoga. First, muscle contraction, like concentric contraction, eccentric contraction, and isometric contraction. Other compounds focus on the breath and movement. Benefit of yoga, they are correct posture, increased blood flow, strengthened muscle, raises a sense of relax. So, yoga overcome discomfort during pregnancy. The conclusion of this program, first, increase knowledge about yoga during pregnancy for pregnant women. Second, decrease musculoskeletal uncomfortable or pain during pregnancy. 3. Increase fitness. 4. Confident in daily activities during pregnancy. And 5. Better prepared for labor. Thus, this is presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for our excellent presenter. Let's move on into our next presenter. It will be from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3 with the topic, the effect of antenatal care during COVID-19 on complications of pregnant women. And the presenters, the teams are Ni Gusti Made Ayu Agung Budi and Ibu Mariana. to the presenter. The time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings of prosperity and health always to all. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Ms. Yupi Sukarniti, SKP, and SK, and all the committees involved in the Third International Conference on Health, Science, and Research. Health Polytechnic, Jakarta, State Ministry of Health. I was given the opportunity at this time to present the results of my research entitled The Effects of Antimicrobial Care During the COVID-19 on Complications for Pregnant Women. The background that influenced this research is that the maternal mortality rate in Indonesia in 2015 was 305 per 100,000 live births. Based on the Jakarta Health Department report, in 2018, there was 27 cases of maternal mortality of 52,781 live births in East Jakarta. Several types of maternal causes of death are bleeding, hypertension, infection, circulatory system disorders, metabolic disorders, and others. The government's efforts to accelerate the reduction in maternal mortality can be seen in the SDGs program in the first two restrictions on visits to ANC and PNC services. ANC services during the COVID-19 period are communication by telephone or the internet between health workers, understanding of the ANC handbook for pregnant women and their families. Research purposes. The purpose of the study was to find out how the influence of antenatal care during the COVID-19 period on the incidence of complications in pregnant women at the Duren Sawit Sub-District Health Center, East Jakarta. Method. This study used an analytic survey method with a cross-section approach. The research subjects were pregnant women. The number of research samples were 110 respondents. Analysis using statistical tests with the chi-square method. Results. The results shown that the age of pregnant women was the age of healthy reproduction, 92.1%, 105 respondents. Education level, more than senior high school, was 90.4%, 102 respondents. The number of pregnancies experienced by mothers less than 2 in the Garuda and second Garuda, 66.7%, 76. Work as housewives, 67%, 65. The biggest complications that occurs in pregnant women is anemia, was 40%. You can see in Table 3, providing quality ANC services with 10T standard understanding of the TIA book and the presence of anxiety in the mother had an influence on the occurrence of complications. Conclusion. There is a positive influence between the quality of antenatal care service to NT standard, understanding of pregnant women towards the MCH handbook, anxiety caused by mothers with the incidence of complications in pregnant women during the COVID pandemic, providing information from midwives about how to prevent COVID-19 has no effects on the incidence of complications in pregnant women during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for the attention of the participants who attended the Third International Health Science and Research Conference, Jakarta 3 Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health. Hope you have a wonderful day and see you at the next conference.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Let's move on to the last presenter. We'd like to invite Mrs. Nessie Mailan and Mr. Wahyudin Rajab from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta 3, Indonesia, with the title GoPres, Gerakan Orang Tua Produksi Remaja Sehat, Booklets, Influence on Prenatal Attitude and Communication in Preparing Female Teenage Sexuality. So the team, the time is yours.
This Produksi Remaja Sehat, Booklet Influence on Parental Attitudes sexual active. Sexual active was 7.1, had sexual intercourse before the age of 13. 14.9 had sexual intercourse 4 or more, and 38.5 had sexual intercourse 1 to 3 times. And sexual intercourse was conducted without condom protection. The causes of sex behavior in adolescents are lack of parental supervision and attention, free sex, negative environment, and more media access that can stimulate sex. The purpose and method, the purpose of the study is to know the influence of adolescent reproductive health education by using GoPres booklet on parental attitude and communication in preparing adolescent sexuality. The study is quasi-experiment with pre-test and post-test design. The data is the primary data from the questionnaire and mothers with the number of respondents 30 people for each group. Health education will be provided using media booklets in treatment groups and using multimedia in the control group. Respondents of this research are mothers of female adolescents from RT 09 RW 09 Cijantung, Subdistrict Pasar Bo East, Jakarta. And for the result and the discussion, this result of the study found the difference between the treatment group and the GoPres booklet and the control group. Thus, there was an increase in parental attitude score in preparing for young woman sexuality. The main difference was 0.33 greater in the treatment group than the mean difference in the control group, 0.14. There was an increase too in attitude scores of 0.33 in the before and after treatment groups, and with the P-score 0.001, indicating there was a difference between the treatment group with the GoPres booklet. And there was increase in communication scores too in the before and after treatment groups. And that's why parents can use our GoPres booklet as a medium of health education that can prepare young women sexuality, since mother is the most closest friend for adolescents. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's our last presenters. As that last presenters, it means that's the end for today's session. Once again, we would like to thank you for the honorable speakers, distinguished guests, and of course to our wonderful participants. Please give applause to all of the mentioned names above. Well, to inform you all that this conference will still continue tomorrow with oral and another poster presentation. And here, I'd like to inform the presenters that the information on the schedule and others can be seen through the link that has been shared on the chat room by the committee. And we'd like to remind you all, to the participants that are going to present both oral and poster, that tomorrow before joining the Zoom meeting, please make sure that you have renamed your account Zoom with the format that has been also been shared by the committee via chat room. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Once again, we'd like to thank you all for spending the time with us today. Please always stay safe, stay healthy, and of course, stay happy. Terima kasih.
Maraming salamat po.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much.
And see you again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Palama po and have a good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
Magandang hapon.
Jatamastane.
Sawadika.
And good afternoon. Bye all. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
The MC signing out.
Thank you for the MC. And thank you all for all the participants. I would like to ask you for turning on your camera, because we will take the documentation. Please take on the camera. Okay, everybody. Gives me a big smile. Okay, thank you. Mr. Solis, could you help me, please? Okay, for slide 1 and then
Okay,
for slide 2.
Okay, wait, yeah. Wait in my command. Okay, ready. Slide 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait. Second. Okay, second layer. Okay, ready on your camera. Smile face. 1, 2, 3. Okay, third slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. Okay, the last one. Okay, wait. Give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's enough, Miss Nazi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Solis. Okay, and don't forget to fill in the evaluation questionnaire and for the absentee in the chat room. Okay, thank you for all signing off. This is Nancy Mailan. Thank you for your attendance. Bye-bye, see you.
See ya tomorrow morning. Music therapy, please. Come on, play it. Music for therapy.
Tell me something, God. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad time I feel myself. Tell me something more. Are you tired? Try to feel it more. Or do you need more? And it's hard keeping it so hardcore. I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. Ku kelabu dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku nanti. Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati. Kau membuat aku tersenyum lagi. Oh kasihku, kau membuat dunia indah dijalani. Ku yakini hati kau paling berarti. Hanya kamu satu-satunya yang ada di hati. Andai saja kita berdua bersama selamanya, dan kau datang membawakan cinta yang telah lama ku nanti. Oh kasihku, kau membuat cinta jatuh dari mata dan turun ke hati. Kau membuat aku tersenyum lagi. Oh kasihku, kau membuat dunia indah dijalani. Ku yakini hati kau paling berarti. Angin seakan membawaku dan kau curi hatiku. Kasih maaf bila aku jahat.